best friend. I'll scream it through the nothingness. There ain't nothing that I need. World hard and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy, Jesus Christ. Ain't nothing please me more than you. Home, let me come home, 'cause home is wherever I'm with you.
Hello, good morning. Katie is not here, it's just me. I was using that intro because I feel like all of our intros say that it's Wednesday and they advertise that it's all of us. Granted, I was just advertising Katie, but yeah, it's just me. I'm here. It's another Wallace work day because the reason the Wallace work days paused was because I was diving deep into edits. I was going full goblin mode and I just felt like 45-minute sprints, 15-minute breaks just weren't going to cut it for me. But now we have finished the deep dive. I have taken a whole day off. Stunning. And now I'm going back to the very beginning. Sorry, Sound of Music just started playing in my head. Anyway, I'm going back to the beginning and I am going to reread the whole story and kind of address all of the little things that I just didn't have the mental energy to address when I was trying to fix the major edits that my editor wanted. So, there are, just to give everybody an update, it is March 29th. My edits are due on April 3rd, which means I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 days if I also work on April 3rd. My goal is to get it done on Tuesday. So really 5 days, which means every single day from here until Tuesday, I need to get through 20% of the book. Right now I'm convinced that it's doable, but ask me in a couple hours. Ask me in a couple hours and we'll see. I actually think my big goal for today really is to actually look again at all the inline comments and just write it down on my little notepad of all the things, all the little plot holes I pointed out, all the little things that, at the end I was like, ooh, we need to actually foreshadow this at the beginning. That's what I'm going to do today. And here, for your information, here is the structure. And this is for real. We're going to start our first sprint at the 15-minute mark, and it's going to be 45-minute sprints. So we'll always sprint until the top of the hour, and then we'll take that 15-minute break, and we're going to go for 8 to 9, 9 to 10, to 11, to 12, to 1, to 2, to 3. So we're going to go for 7 hours. Okay? That's the plan. And also, Anna, I am vlogging. So everybody say hello to the vlog. I know I'm delayed, so I know it's going to take a second for people to say hello. But yeah, I'll bring the oh, there we go. Yes. Hello. Lynn, 7 hours? 7 hours is not that much. I mean, it's not that much, but we've done like more than that before. Anyway, yes. Hello, everybody. Excellent. Thank you, guys. All right, let's say a quick hello to everybody. Now that you all know what I'm going to be working on, please let me know what you will be working on. Mars is here. Hello. I'm so happy that you're happy, Anna. What am I if not just a vessel to serve your happiness, truly? Ava, good morning. Froggy, hi. Froggy says, it is raining and I'm cozily wrapped up in blankets, so it is the perfect time to write. I love that for you, and so does Mars. Hi. Good morning, Comet. How are you today? We do need a Rogue Wallace intro, but I just don't have Katie's intro skills. Mars says, sorry, Sound of Music just started playing in my head. It's a great sentence. Thanks. It wasn't even the actual song, The Sound of Music. It was a song from Sound of Music, because I had said I'm going to start at the beginning, and there's a song from Sound of Music that goes, let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. You know that song? Anyway, that's Do Re Mi, right? I think. Ooh, you're on spring break. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm actually so proud of myself, Anna. The difference between Wallace is under professional deadline Wallace and Wallace just is trying to keep herself accountable Wallace is stark. I mean, this is how I know that I'm not wrong when I say I perform well under pressure, because what is a professional writing deadline if not pressure? And also she finished her goal a week before the deadline. And now she's just got all this extra time to do all these final little bits and pieces and just try and make it as good as possible. Just watch it still end up being bad. Again, let's check back in at the end of today when I'm dealing with the beginning of the book, which is arguably the roughest right now because so much got taken out from it. So, my mood, I'm just telling you all now, my mood is going to shift, and that's okay. That's okay. Kira says, I have some good news. My teacher gave me an extension for my term paper, and the stupid student money is finally here. Less stress. I would dance around my house, but currently dancing is forbidden. Do you live in the Footloose town? What? Who is forbidding dancing? Anyway, I don't know. Thank you everybody for saying hello to the vlog. Kit says, I mean, after the day of trouble, 7 hours is nothing. So true. I really feel like that inoculated me against any sort of fear of long-term streaming. Mar says, I gotta finish this draft of Gay Vampires today. I have to, oh my God, finishing a draft. That's a big deal. I have to write the final chapter from scratch and it's not going to be long, but it is sad. So I might genuinely cry. That was me on, God, what day is it? That was me on Wednesday. I had to rewrite my ending and it was a lot. Yay, you're here for 7 hours. Do not do this. I'm writing down right now. Check in with Ava. Check in with Ava. No procrastination. Procrastination. How do you spell that? Procrastination? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll dance for you. Let's see. Kiko says, we have certain holidays where dancing is forbidden and all the clubs are closed. Varies from area to area, but Green Thursday, 6 p.m. to Good Saturday, 8 p.m. is all around the country. Interesting. Well, hello. Welcome, Violet. Welcome. Oh, we both mentioned Footloose at the same time, I guess. Yeah, Jinx, you and me, Froggy. We have that too. I don't know why we have stuff like that. Fun fact, most people here only religious on paper pay church taxes. I only know religious Muslims, only ever met one Christian. Oh, interesting. Our religious people don't even pay the church tax. Tithing is what we call it. You know what's interesting? I went to Sweden and apparently it's one of the most secular countries in the world. My little Swedish cousins were like, yeah, even our priests don't believe in God. It's just like a social thing. And I was like, wow. I feel like, at a certain point, maybe you just, make a social club. Anyway, don't need to get on to such intense commentary right at the start. Have people told me what they're going to be working on? I don't think so. I think we just talked about the right to dance. Anna, specifically you, what will you be working on today? Hi, Jod. Welcome. I was told maybe 1 or 2 troublemakers might be joining me. Let's see if they are, should I call them LMAO? Hold on. It's just so you all know, I might get screened. They might not answer, but I'm just going to call them. Let's see who picks up. Lynn says, I should do work, but I want to end my fanfic. I'll support you in either decision. My neighbor is going to the bathroom. I don't know if you can hear. Somebody just flushed the toilet. I'm getting screened, you guys. Mara says, I told you what I was working on. That is true. Yes, thank you. I'm also doing vlog stuff and will leave to go on a walk at some point that might not line up directly with the sprint. That's okay. Okay, I'm getting screened. So I'm just gonna Give up. It's fine. Froggy says, I'm planning on working on my fan fiction, which I want to finish by the 5th of June because that is the anniversary of when I started posting it. I love that. We can hear it. Yeah. Now you heard it. Yes. See, now you guys know I'm not lying. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. Last time it sounded like you were printing something. I do have a printer, so maybe that's what it was. Okay, we're going to be using a Hex Library timer today, in exclusively Hex Library timers. Hex Hourglass, I should say. Hex Hourglass. Oh, wait, Anna has a new video? Guys. Okay, later. We're gonna start. What is the one that just screams Tibifoe to me? Also, you guys, the book, I'm almost positive at this point we have finally settled on a new title. Tibifoe has a new title, and I don't know at what point it shall be revealed. It's possible it's already revealed, because I know they wanted to get the cover up and stuff like that. But the new title is imminent, hopefully, which I'm very excited for because I was like stressing over the fact that we didn't have a title. Okay, we're gonna do the Witch Alarm Altar timer. That feels appropriate. Let's do full screen. And we still have quite a bit of time actually, so we're just gonna remove that from the studio. Okay. Yes. Yes, new title, a new title. That's exciting. And I will say, here's my thing. It's like, it's interesting. I like it. I liked it the second I heard it. Sorry, there was a fly in my apartment and I just got it. She has the reflexes of a frog. I don't know. What's something that has good reflexes? Anyway, it was my marketing team suggestion. And there's like, I know people already have thoughts on it. I know Katie doesn't love it. I know Steve is like ambivalent on it, but my sister, who I wrote the book for, loves it. She said that of all the titles that were proposed, including the ones I had been coming up with, she said this one is her favorite, that she would definitely pick it up off a bookshelf. I personally really like it because it is a blend of two titles that I love. And I feel like it's like these titles from these books had a baby. So oh my gosh. Okay, this is all gonna be really funny if they've changed the title online because you can just go up and look up what it is. But should I share what it's on. Okay, they've changed the title then. Okay, I was gonna say I could share the acronym and you guys could try and guess what it is, but Lynn says that the new title's on the Penguin Random House website. So excellent. Is it? Let me just see. Hold on. Yeah, if you Google this book is for October, does it not exist anymore? Yeah, it's new. Okay, so I'll just share. The new title is A Dark and Secret Magic. And I love it. I'll make a whole video about this, but since you guys are here, I will just kind of explain why I really like it so much. I think I really like it because it's giving a darker shade of magic by V.E. Schwab, and I love that. And then also, there is a book by author Samantha Mabry called A Fierce and Subtle Poison. I have always loved that title. And so when when the marketing team proposed A Dark and Secret Magic, I was like, wow, this feels so familiar to me. Like, what is this not already some title? Like, I know this title. It feels like I know this title. And I think that's what it was, is that I've always loved A Fierce and Subtle Poison. And so I kind of love that now my book has that title. So yeah, that is the new title, A Dark and Secret Magic. She is titled. Thank goodness. Thank you, Mars. Thank you, Violet. You can tell people. I'm at this point where I should be telling people. I shouldn't be keeping stuff secret anymore. Ava, hold fast to your budgeting Oh, it's time to sprint. Anyway, don't ooh, I'm, like, supposed to be selling my book, but also I want you to respect your personal budgeting choices. Okay, with that, we're not sprinting for an hour. We are sprinting for 45 minutes until the top of the hour. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello, I'm very sorry to bother everybody, but I need to ask Katie a question, and it is writing related, so I'm counting this all as part of the sprint. If you have like a bay window, also you're muted, babe. Also, your hair looks fabulous.
Thank
If you have a bay window kind of type thing, you place something on the windowsill.
you.
Would on the windowsill or in the windowsill?
On the windowsill.
On the windowsill. Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to the sprint. Thank you very much.
Your own personal Google.
Rude. You are my own personal bachelor's degree in writing. Thank you very much. All right. That's the end of our first sprint. You guys, she's flying. I'm supposed to
Ooh.
no. I'm supposed to get to page 72 today in order to keep the like 20% every single day. But I'm just gonna obviously I'm going until 3 o'clock, however far I get. And let's see how far I made it today. I really thought today was gonna be my slowest because I am focusing on the beginning right now and adding in those final things that I just never could figure out how to place. But I made it to okay, well that doesn't feel like that much. I just made it page 7. But so yeah, at that pace I would have to go for 10 hours. But I think here's the thing.
You're feeling good. That's all that matters.
A lot happened during that sprint. First of all, could I just say lots occurred. I have seen the cover with the new title. And no, I don't want to hype it up too much.
I'm like, end the stream. I gotta see it.
So the general word count right now, Mars, is 95,000, but but that's including the appendix, which has a little over 2,000, I think. But we are, as of right now, keeping the appendix, which is very exciting. And then, yeah. But here's the thing. I think I have figured out where to place that last final thing that was really bugging me. And I literally went through this whole rewrite without placing it. And so then there are all these plot elements that don't make sense because that's not in the book right now, but it's about to go in. And again, a significant portion of that sprint was me looking at the cover, the new cover, and giving my thoughts back to the design team. So, and then also figuring out like what's my schedule because I'm filming a video today of like a day in my life on deadline, right? So that's the work for me today with the expectation that was going to go up this Tuesday. But now that I have a new title, I feel like, and also very likely the cover will go online next week, right? So I'm sort of like, also I was going to have a separate video to reveal the title and a separate video to reveal the cover, but now I feel like it's going to be all in one video, maybe. I'm not sure. So I feel like
we're still doing the concept for the title that we talked about before, where like you reveal it at the very end.
What?
Remember you were talking about you want to do a video much like another person who made a title video. Are you still doing that?
Yes, but not this round. That is like an eventual video. That is
okay.
That is like how we eventually came to this title, and everybody in the chat knows the title because it's literally updated online. So everybody's been talking about it all morning. But I think this video would just be like, it would be 3 minutes max. It'd be me explaining why I really like it, etc. And then just put that up as a, hey, there's a fun new title. And then maybe in a separate also short video, maybe talking about the cover. But the problem is that I also wanted to get up my Watch Me Sell My Book Part 2 video, which is all about everything that happened after accepting the offer and then going to signing the contract. And there's like references to the cover and stuff like that in there. And I feel like that will all just get repeated. So now I'm just like, my content schedule's all this stuff. And I'm busy. I'm rewriting. So it's not like I can really take a day to focus on content creation. So I'm just like, oh, yeah. So anyway, hi, Marta. Welcome. Yes, it's very much impromptu. Also, Katie arrived. Thank you, Katie, for coming to Body Double with me today. Marta says, I was less than half an hour before a friend is coming to visit, but happy I get to hang out for a few minutes at least. Yes, Marta, Tabitha is not the official title. The official title is A Dark and Secret Magic. That is the official title. Oh, Walls with the pink and the hoop earrings and Katie with the fresh hair color. Oh, thank you.
Look at us.
Yes, gasp. Seriously. Whew, lay gasp. I wrote 520 words. I made myself a cup of tea. I see. This was what Sayla was saying before. We both look good with the pink and the hoops and Katie with the fresh hair. Yeah. Katie, how are you doing today?
Doing good. Apologies for being late. Ate breakfast brekkie for Mama Apples and myself. And now I'm here with Blue, and he's actually being a very good dog. So like,
Gosh,
props to him. He's a
What
good
a
boy. He's a good boy. Yes, you are. And I'm a little bit tired today, but what's new? Me all the time. I have been procrastinating sending not a scary email,
Yeah.
but like kind of scary. Like
scary implications.
yeah.
Like, girly, send it. Do you have it written?
No.
Oh my God, Katie.
Well, I was gonna go through the book one more time. Like,
No,
I just
you don't
wanted
need
to.
to. You don't need
Yes,
to.
I do.
How
Yes, I
many?
do.
Okay.
I just one more time. Just want to look at my baby one more time.
Is that
Not that I will not be looking at the baby again.
Yesterday? Didn't you do that yesterday?
I finished yesterday, and then I didn't look at it again.
But I'm saying that's what you've been doing the past 2 days is rereading the whole thing again.
Yeah. I don't feel like being opaque because it's just us and our 21 closest friends.
Right.
And I also don't think I don't think I have to keep this
We
secret.
talked about it on Wednesday, babe. People know.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, gays. You're writing slaps in your sentences, sir. Let's go. That's so funny.
Too.
Yeah, so I am sending basically what day was that? Was that Tuesday or whatever? I got a email from my agent basically being like, your most recent revision slaps. It's great. And here's what we need for submission. And just do the last couple sprinkles of line edits, just like the smallest of things too. Like literally, like barely anything at all. And then it'll go to editors' desks. And which is funny because my submission packet is much different than Ms. Mo's was, which just goes to show how different agencies do shit completely differently.
Standard. There is no standard.
None.
Body making videos and they're like, this is the way it's done.
Wrong.
That's how it was done for them. Keep that all in mind. Okay.
Oh, boo boo, no. He's been randomly barking at crap, and he's laying down. Like he's not even standing. He's literally just laying here. Okay. Anyway, so in my submission packet, which like isn't even a packet, because my agent's doing my pitch for me, which like, thank God, I am shit at pitching. But basically, I hate pitching, and I think they'll probably just take from my query letter and like spruce her up or fix it up a little bit because my query letter. Anyway, none of this matters. I'm waffling. I'm so sorry. My submission packet is a playlist and a mood board.
And a
with the book.
And a pitch line.
And a pitch line. What I'm not coming up with, I don't have to do that. And obviously the book. So I like have to like figure out what mood board I'm sending, how many mood board. I'm just gonna send the slew that I have to Trinica and be like, choose whichever one you want, whichever one you like, do it. Here you go. Whichever one you like the best, you can use. And then obviously I'm like making a very like, because I'm not revealing what the title is. Some people may know what the title is. I'm making like a private playlist that is for, because obviously I'm not going to send my Cruel Summer playlist to the editors and then be like, why the fuck is this called Cruel Summer?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just going to, I'm going to make a private one.
I get that.
With
I just wanted to address this comment really quickly. So Bombastis, Katie has told you that her sub packet is basically just a mood board, a playlist, and a pitch. My submission packet was much more involved. Not that a mood board and a playlist isn't involved, because that all also like involves, creative stuff. But my submission packet was a full 1.5-page summary of the whole book, basically. And then, it was more like an extra long back of the cover summary, right? So that summary didn't give away any spoilers, but it gave you the full breakdown of what was going to happen, of like who the players were, everything like that. And then a couple paragraphs of like aesthetic, like drawing you in, making you want to know more. Then it was a chapter by chapter synopsis of the entire story. And that, as Katie will know, That was the thing that took me out every single time. The two times
Mhm.
I went on submission for TIBIFO, it was the chapter by chapter synopsis that just made me like want to die. Because
Yeah.
like how do you make it sound good when you're just like this happens, and this happens, and like over and over and
Yeah.
over again, and you're like, wait, but there's nuance and themes get explored, and like,
I
oh,
know it was
uh,
I helped Wallace with the chapter by chapter summaries, and
yeah.
let me just say it's a nightmare.
Yes.
Hate it.
And then there was a writing sample, so roughly about 50 pages of the book. And we took not the first chapter, but the second, third, and fourth chapter as my writing sample. And then the last thing of my submission packet was just an author bio. So, which actually I will say, I am glad that I had all those things because, and I will talk about this in my eventual video. My neighbor's going to the bathroom. I don't know if you can hear. I will talk about
Yep.
this in my eventual Watch Me Sell My Book Part 2 video. But the first things I did after accepting the offer was get in contact with the marketing team and the cover design team. And they wanted from me, they wanted the back of the book, like blurb from me, you know, the back of the book summary, and they wanted an author bio, and they wanted like all this other stuff. So I will say I was grateful that my submission packet had those things in it because I really was able to just pull from them and create these things and get the information back to the publisher very fast and made them think that I was a really on top of it author, which, you know, great to build that expectation early on. So
Love to see it.
yeah, it was a lot. It was so much. It was so much.
Which I was expecting, and that's why I mean, and I asked on my agent call, the second one that I had, I asked what input was involved in the submission process, and Trinita told me what it was, and it was nothing like what Wallace had experienced, and I was like,
yeah.
Whew, I don't have to do that right now.
Yeah. And I will say I think it makes sense though why it's changing, right? Because I feel like if someone's visual, I mean, I know books aren't a visual medium, but still, this is such a great way of pitching a book of kind of these are the expectations of the vibes that you'll get if you read this story. Gaze says, not gonna lie, I would love to do it for my Jim Game of Thrones story because like every chapter, is that what Jim Got is?
I think so.
Every chapter really is just like it's its own thing with different characters and parts of the world. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's only fun if you do it for that. Wait, what? It's cool. That's what I tell him. Is this referencing something? Maybe
Feels
not.
like it's a reference.
Maybe not everybody's comments are coming through. I'm not sure. Hi, Miranda. Welcome. Okay, final thoughts. 2 minutes left, Catherine.
Wish me luck as I nervously, send off my girly pops again. Basically into the hands of editors. Because it's
Here's the crazy thing, Katie. Like, you got to get this email sent, and then I'm sure, you know, everybody's going to take the weekend off. And then on Monday, you're on submission. A week from today, you will have been on submission for 5 days.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
And then 2 weeks from today, you're going to get news that editors 2 weeks from today, you're going to get editors doing full requests. And then 3 weeks from today, you're going to get people doing editor calls with you. And then you're going to go to auction. And then in 2 months, you can announce that you have a book deal. And I'm manifesting that for you. Gaze, I would, but we don't have time. I'm so sorry. We are doing 15-minute breaks and it is the 14-minute mark. I'm going to add to the stage. I'm going to go to the Crystal Zodiac timer, which is also Hex Library. Yes, we're going to go to 45 minutes. Any final words? Best of luck to you, Katie. What's your goal for this sprint? Really quickly, what's your goal?
Send the email.
Send the email. So you have to draft the whole thing and send it in the next 45 minutes, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, Lynn, I am overwhelmed.
It's time to go. Woo! Happy sprinting. All right.
Ooh.
How was
Go,
that sprint,
go, go.
Catherine?
It was good. I sent my email.
How you feeling?
Strangled screeching.
That is so exciting. That is crazy. That's crazy. Vlog. Did you vlog?
No, I didn't. I cannot. Anyway, I made my new playlist. I picked out the mood boards that I wanted to send and then, overthought why I was sending them. So I gave an explanation, was like, here you go. You can use any of them. Take your pick. And yeah, I just looked at my baby again. It was like, she's pretty much done. Yeah, I know, Bear. Or no, you're not Bear. You're Blue. Who are you?
You know what you could you know what else you could do today?
What?
Write your newsletter. That's what you could do today.
It's on my list.
Nice.
That's what else I need to get done today.
Nice. I made it to page 19. Again, we're still just in a slow and steady kind of place. I'm just realizing that the second chapter is just really rough. The second chapter, as it is right now, is really rough because it's a lot of because we cut out it's not a prologue, but it's just a Jane Austen-esque, here's all this context that you need before the actual story begins, and then the story begins. Because we cut all that out, I'm trying to figure out how to include it all back in, and I just feel like this chapter is a little bit like tense whiplash, where like we're in the present, and then we're reflecting on something in the past, and then we're in the present, and then we're reflecting on something in the past, and we're in the present, and then here's a little drop of exposition, and it's just I'm trying to figure out how much work right now I want to put in making it feel great when I could just sort of send it as is. Now that I've incorporated all the things that actually need to be there, there's no missing element anymore. I could send it to my editor with the note of being like, look, I recognize the second chapter is rough. This is where I kind of need help, but in order to meet the deadline and keep things moving. And also my brain was just so fried over it. So we'll see, because we are doing one more round of developmental edits after this one, but she said they're going to be like really quick. So I kind of assume it's like a little bit what you just did, not like what you just did, but what you did just before this, but I'm not sure. So we'll see. But yeah, the chapter 2 is just rough. Chapter 2 is rough, and I also think maybe the chapter where the love interest arrives is also a little rough. But other than that, I mean, that's the crazy thing, is the last 30% of the book I think is actually so good. But of course, who's gonna go all the way there if the first 30% sucks, So, hi, buddy. Is he sad today? You're muted.
No, why would he be sad?
I just thought that's why you were muted, because he was crying or something. I don't know.
No, I had to yell at him. He was chewing on my bed. So.
Oh, got it. And also in huge news, which I think everybody's seen, but Mars
Wait, what is it?
finished their draft. How are you celebrating?
Hold on.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that's
I believe
impressive.
you can do it.
Your Jod approves.
Mars will see this in approximately 5 to 10 seconds. Very well done. Very well done, bruh. I don't know. When did this happen? I was on. Whose stream was it? Mars was there. I didn't dream this, I swear. Mars was there, and I was talking about cash unstuffing videos, and Mars just leans in and goes, bruh, to me. She called me pregnant, killed me. So now that's how I'm going to refer to Mars all the time. Bruh. It just was so funny.
That is so funny.
Yeah. My brain is already a little fried. I'm not gonna lie. which is too bad because I've got several more hours that I have to get through. But I think once I finish getting through chapter 2, I am gonna watch Anna Robbins' video.
Oh, I watched about half of it while I was, mentally preparing.
Yeah.
When I came in for the first sprint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good one.
All right. So Mars is just now referencing the thing. I would say you're about 30 seconds behind at this point, Mars, just FYI. Totally fine. No big deal.
Yeah, happens.
Froggy, I managed to finish the draft of this chapter that I've been struggling through for weeks. Now I need to edit it. Good job. Wait, you also finished a draft, but for a chapter, not for an entire. But still, that it's such a relief when it's finally behind you. The chapters that feel so big, so vast, ocean size, and then you finally get through them, and you're like, oh, it was just a little pond. Oh, that's the best feeling when you're done with them. The best feeling.
This one's for you, Froggy.
Yes.
Nice. Ava, I realized I boiled all of our eggs to color Easter eggs before I got too far into the cupcake preparation, so that's good. Made some buttercream frosting while I wait for the eggs.
Oh.
Nothing brightens my day like a Jot approves, even when it's not for me. Oh, same.
It's true. I love a Jot approves.
Well, guys, this is how you get one. You either finish a draft, you either go on query, get an agent, go on submission, get a book deal, publish a book. The Jot approves, or you survive.
Or like you graduate from like high school, college, or something.
Big
I feel like
life moments.
Before. Yeah.
Big
you
life-
get married.
Yeah.
Get a Jot
Have a
approved.
baby, get a dog, Yeah.
Big life events.
Big
We're very sparing with them because we don't want to wear out the beauty of them.
Yes, exactly. Because that's what kept happening, right? With the hell yeah, with everything. They suddenly got diluted because you could just use them too much. And so we needed the highest of the highest tiers. And that is the Jot approves tier.
Yeah.
Which, you know how when you gave me a Jot approves for selling Tibiphone, and I was like, this is my first one ever. I was rewatching some of our streams, and I actually think you ended up giving me a Jot approves for just getting through my mental breakdown, which I was also like, also well deserved, to be honest.
Yeah. That is true. If you have a mental breakdown and you get through it, you'll also get a Jot approves.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Min, hello. We were just talking about you the other day.
We were.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, Min, you're on our minds. Listening to Cowboy Carter / making. Wait, is that out now? Is it out?
Is that out?
I
know what I'm doing next sprint.
Making my Cowboy Fate RPG character and dropping truth bombs in murder mystery books. Oh, Froggy, you're welcome. Damn. I guess I got to make a huge change to my life. Good morning. Is there a Jot disapproves? If yes, what are the requirements?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think there's a Jot disapproves. I think you feel the internal Jot disapproval, The
Jot disapproval is Tyra.
Yeah. I would say that is the opposite end of the spectrum. I mean, I believe that a Jot approves is higher than any of our negatives, but if there was a negative, it would be the Tyra. But I don't think a shame is a Jot disapproves, because a shame is like, that's what I'm saying.
You're disappointing is yourself.
Like a Jot approves is so high above all the other ones. She's so high above me. Anyway, you were talking about me? Yes. We are obsessed with you. We were talking about you, Min. We were. Oh, yeah. R.I.P.
R.I.P. Jesus. I also forgot because we celebrated Easter a week early because my sister-in-law is incredibly pregnant. I love how this is how Grape is summoned.
Yes. Apparently,
also, I can't wait to hear it.
Okay. Well, I didn't see it My reward for finishing the draft is that I get to watch the 3-hour video that Kari Can Read posted yesterday. Thank you for answering the question, bruh.
I approve this because I love Kari Can Read. I love her videos so much.
Mhm.
I'm so grateful for her because she posted the like long explaining every single thing that you need to know about the ACOTAR series so that I can know, but I don't actually have to read it because I would think I would die if I had to read another Sarah J. Maas word.
Well, that's such strong comments. Such strong.
Yeah.
Comments.
Yeah.
I agree. This is what we were talking about, Min, is we were trying to figure out if you and Minook are the same person or not. That's the question. Yep, still haven't seen them in the same chat at the same time. Gay says she also somehow has that gentle but neurotic type of energy.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god, the ACOTAR videos were so funny.
Adore her.
I don't know this channel. 4 more minutes before we jump right back in.
What do we got to say?
What do I have to say?
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone can help me, but what do people like to read about in newsletters? Because I'm like, what do I talk about in my newsletter this month? Because
Girl, how about the fact they're about to go on sub? Durr.
I mean, yeah, but like, yeah. But I feel like, I don't know. I guess I'll have to see when I get in there into the writing of it if I have a lot of things to say.
How like open are you going to be about your submission process, do you think?
I think after the fact, I will be very open about it. I much like Don't Worry, Mars, there is always going to be pictures of Blue. Always. Thank you, Aang. Yeah, I don't want to like talk about it while I'm there. I don't want to like be giving like updates every month. I think it's very similar to how I'm going to be querying, where like once I have an update, something concrete to talk about, I will express it to the masses. But
I'm with Ava on this one. I like short, sweet newsletters. You know,
I'm thinking about Steek's thing where it was like, don't cater to yourself as you're not the consumer you should be catering to. But I adore long newsletters. That's why V Schwab's is my favorite, because they're nice and long. They discuss things, but she also talks about craft things, and I'm just like, I don't know if I could talk about craft things because I may have a degree, but I feel like I am not any kind of authority on anything. Whereas V Schwab, I want to listen to her thoughts because I love her books and I would like to write like her. So I'm like, I will follow her craft advice. Whereas like nobody besides like 7 or 8 people has read my story, and like not even a story that's been like edited by a proper professional.
Sorry, I want to make sure, Gaze, I see you. I now recognize that this comment was about me and not about the Kari person. Not gonna lie, Wallace should voice Marcial from Dungeon Meshi. Wallace somehow has that gentle but neurotic type of energy. I mean, you're not wrong.
It's true.
Katie doesn't know how to do short and sweet.
No, because she's taller than me.
What? Oh.
Also because she's a writer. Yeah. No, that's so funny. It's true. I am. I'm tall and mean.
Mara says, I'm also a long newsletter girly, especially because Katie's are only once a month. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I would say like a newsletter that has where like I know what I'm getting, you know?
Yeah.
This is something that I'm always thinking about, right? Because sometimes I'm like, I don't want to know what your top 5 favorite things were this week. You know, like there's a food blogger, Half Baked Harvest, that where she'll post all of her food pictures and then like, or I don't know if she still does this because I don't really follow the blog anymore, but she would post food pictures and then or recipes, and then on one day of the week it'd be her top favorite things. I'm like, that's not why I follow you. I follow you for food. I don't want to know the hand cream that you're being, like sponsored to sell or something.
Yeah.
Not that I don't know if that happened with Half Baked Harvest, but I feel like that happens a lot where you follow a newsletter for a specific purpose and then it devolves. But also I feel like if I was gonna make a newsletter, I'd also be like that. I'd be like,
Yeah.
here are the things that I've been doing and vibing with, So I don't know.
I know. I don't know. It like very much my newsletter intention is to be like a journal for myself. Because I find that it's much easier for me to like talk about things when I am writing as opposed to talking. I don't know why. It's something like blah 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 psychology. So, but just with Stieg's live stream, where like they were talking about so much like the point of a newsletter, like building a newsletter list, like, and especially as I'm potentially coming into a more like author role where it's less of like I am just a writer trying to get published as opposed to like I'm an author and I could be in like the author sphere. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just been thinking about marketing more as opposed to it just being a journal of sorts, because I do go back and I read my old newsletters and I like it was very helpful to kind of see where I was at in like last January and the lead up to getting my agent, like seeing what my mindset was, because I kind of forget. So
That's fair. I'm kind of with Miranda and Anna, where I'm sort of like, I don't really get newsletters. I think, or with Anna, where it's like, I will read a newsletter because it's announcing something, like you're updating me about something. But if it's just a general, like, here's what's on my mind this past week. I mean, here's the thing. It's not like I'm like dismissive of it, but I think it dilutes the importance of the newsletters that are actually full of the exciting news. And then I'm less likely to read the newsletter if there are too many installments of it because it feels like something I have to keep catch up with. And so it kind of just becomes a chore. So yeah. Hi, Anne Sophie. Look, Grape. I'm just trying to gather up the brains. No sprint. We got to sprint. I have a walk to on. Okay, fine, Mars. Okay, fine. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're 2 minutes past when I said we were going to sprint. So we're adding this back in. Okay, should I how do we get to the top of the hour? 30, 43. There we go.
There we go.
Sprint.
Slay.
All right.
No.
Hello. How was that sprint for you?
Was pretty good. I got my Instagram post for tomorrow done and then started working on my newsletter.
Nice.
How'd you do?
I did okay. I said this was gonna happen too. I said this was gonna happen if you go back and you watch the beginning of the stream, but I am now back in the mindset of this book is ass. But everybody pre-order it. A spit take. Sorry.
Oh my god. That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, so I switched up my strategy. Back to what the strategy of the day was supposed to be. The first 2 sprints I ended up kind of like really settling in, rereading every line, kind of reworking every sentence. And then and including the thing that I needed to include that was really important. But I've also now realized there's another thing I forgot to include. So I've written it down. In fact, I'm writing lots of stuff down of all the things I'm missing. But I just got to a place, I just feel like chapters 2, 3, and 4 are just such an like weird exposition-y, strange, tonally, like they just don't work. I don't think that structurally they're good. I think that it seems very amateur level writing. So I was getting overwhelmed by that. And so, okay, so I'm now on page 72 because now what I'm doing is I'm just going through and fully reworking or just fully I'm just like paying attention to the comments, the inline comments, and anything that's like I can address within 30 seconds, I do. But anything that would take remotely longer, I just write down on my little pad. And so I've got them all in my head. And then I think what my plan is I'm going to start after the Meta Magic Witch chapter and get everything resolved after that and like fully solidified, good to go with, I'll be able to keep track of like things that need to be relevant to things that aren't included in the beginning yet because I've got my list. And then I want to take I want to have that all finished by Sunday. So that way I can take all of Monday, all of Tuesday, and a good chunk of Wednesday if I need to really just sit down with those first couple of chapters and make them better. And again, I need to remind myself they don't need to be perfect because we have another round of edits coming and my editor can help. But I just feel like right now they're so rough. I know that I will get hung up on them and then I won't be able to get to the end again. And there is some stuff in the end I need to zhuzh up just a little bit. So I'm going to start, I think, maybe not even the Meta Magic Witch chapter. What chapter? So Matthew arrives and then they decorate the house and then she finds the book and then she gets the curse. Yeah. So like, maybe them going to the festival. I wish to go to the festival.
Is that the second time you've made that reference? Like in like a couple days?
That was Stieg. Stieg made the first one. Stieg made the first reference to it.
Yeah, but
I knew
that.
I knew the reference though.
But you literally sang it like that. I was like, I'm having deja vu.
Well, it's because Stieg said it first.
Well, yeah, but then you know. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I was like, I'm having deja vu.
Sorry.
Yeah,
and while I was doing that, going through the comments and stuff, I put on Anna's vlog. And actually that was good because I felt like it made it more casual. I was like, I'm watching a video and I'm looking over comments. Like, it's no big deal. We don't need to be stressed about this. It's not scary, even though it totally is like so terrifying. That's the other thing that's getting me in my head is that, and I don't know if I like misunderstood or what, but I think galleys of my book are happening soon. which makes me worried that the galleys are going out before our last round of developmental edits are done, which I feel like I don't know how that's possible, but that's what was indicated to me. And again, I don't know if that's correct or not. That could be my own misinterpretation. And so I'm very worried that if I leave these first couple chapters in their rough shape that they are, that rough shape will be the shape they are in when the galleys first start happening. Still not totally sure what a galley is. Is it an arc? I don't know if it's an arc. Are galleys the same thing as arcs? Okay. So
because there's NetGalley is the website that they do arcs through.
But I feel like, is it possible galley is just referring to like the picture of the cover? Because I just don't see how they would send out versions of the book that haven't gone through the final round of developmental edits yet. Because I was told that the only thing preventing us from getting galleys at the moment was the fact that we hadn't chosen a title yet. And they're like, once we have a title, we can get galleys. And I'm like, well, edits aren't done. How are we doing galleys?
Okay, so galleys are preliminary versions of publications meant for review by authors, editors, proofreaders, often with extra wide margins. So it's just like the physical book. It's like it's like a paper thing. So like, I don't know if they're doing physical galleys. I feel like physical galleys.
Not an arc.
No.
Then. Okay, thank God.
Yeah, actually, no.
What is happening? I don't like this idea at all. Part of me was like, maybe I shouldn't agree to any title until I feel comfortable with the edits.
No, yeah, it's more of like a proof thing. Yeah, okay, yes, that's what I'm reading here as well. That basically they're for proofreading, copy editing purposes. But then like you could also do like content around them, like being like like putting photo, like they're unbound proofs basically of what your book.
Bless you, man.
Thank you. Oh my God. I don't know. And then I think it's arcs. I think it's arcs after that.
Okay. I can work with that. I was just like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Is it like pre-screening in movies where they're like, do you guys like this ending to an audience? And then the audience is like, actually, I don't like this. And so then you change it. I'm like, is that why we're doing this before our developmental edits are done? So it's good that, it's good to know that I'm just clueless. That's what everybody's takeaway should be from all of this. I don't know what's going on.
I think a galley, and I guess I just haven't seen it called this before, but like, I'll see authors. Like I specifically saw Victoria Aveyard for her final book in the like Realmbreaker series. She had a physical, like kind of just bound manuscript that was like the final thing that she went through. And did final like little line edits and like little copy edits on it, like just to make sure, just as another format to like look at to, catch any like typos or, minor things, I think is what. I don't know. I don't remember what she called it. So it could be that or it could not. Again, I'm just going by what I see on the internet, which could be completely different as we have learned. Because everything is different.
Lynn says, I've never even heard the term galley, so you're fine, babe. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. I've heard galley before, but like I just never like thought about what it was because you always hear about arcs. Like that's advanced reader copies.
Advanced reader copy. Like,
advanced reader copy. Here's arcs are free. # arts are free gate. But yeah. And I think I'm confused like with NetGalley because NetGalley is arcs too. Like that's pretty much all NetGalley is arcs. So that's why I was confused. But maybe we'll have figured it out. Or maybe Alcove will be like, nah, bitch, this is what it is.
Let's hope
Who
not.
knows?
Let's hope not. Because when I tell you the first 3 chapters are unreadable. Well, no, actually the first chapter.
They're not unreadable.
No, you haven't seen them recently.
Well, now I'm about to.
You don't need to.
I'm going to procrastinate.
Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that.
I have access. I can do it.
Don't flash it. Oh, that's just your iScribe.
It's just the screen. No,
it's just iPad screen. Okay, iScribe.
It's just my iPad screen. Yeah, iScribe. It's just your iScribe.
Just your iScribe.
No, I wouldn't. That's why I looked first before I did that.
I know everybody. I emailed my editor and I was like, "Is it okay if I give access to the manuscript to somebody else so they can also make track changes?" And she was like, "As long as you totally trust that they won't distribute the manuscript to anybody else, it's fine." I was like, "Cool." Immediately added Katie as a collaborator.
Because I'm literally like, you told me that, and I was like, I it didn't even cross my mind. Didn't
Yeah.
even occur to me. Like, why would I do that?
Here's my thing too. Like, granted, I don't want it to be shared. Just because like from embarrassment level of like, it's in a rough state right now because we're just
Yeah.
trying to, it's got puzzle pieces that we haven't fully sanded off the edges to get them to fit smoothly, right? So it's admittedly in a rough state. But at the same time though, the stakes on this book's manuscript being shared from a spoiler perspective are so low because girly pops. I've got videos all about it. Like,
There's
truly,
a video up right now that pretty much
like, other than having one of the sisters' names, not the name it ended up being, that video I made, I mean, things changed. Things
a
changed.
little, yeah.
The elements
On a
are
whole.
there. The elements
whole.
are there. You're gonna know what
Elements
the
are
book is
there.
about beginning to end if you watch that video. Like,
The
that's the book.
structure is the same. Like,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
Hallmark movie, but
It's
it's
a
Halloween.
Hallmark movie, but for Halloween. And
Yeah. The ending is not very Hallmarky, but
what do you mean? The fact that it's fade to black, or the fact that it's like
no,
violent?
the violent. I don't think if you've done what I think you did for the ending, I don't think Hallmark would do that.
Oh, I did do that, but not exactly because I want to keep it for HR, and so I switched it around a little bit.
Okay.
Somebody still does get choked out though.
Accidental BDSM.
Oh God. Anyway,
It's just us and our 14 closest friends.
yeah. Who cares?
Who cares? And who's gonna rewatch it all the way to the 3-hour mark? Like, that's what I always think. I'm like, by the time you get past like the 15, 20,
Right.
past the first sprint,
Past the
like
first
nobody's
sprint,
rewatching.
for sure. I would say
And-
past the first sprint. Maybe there's somebody who like skipped it really quickly, but then I feel like past the second sprint, you are so free and clear, so
Yeah.
free and clear.
And
If
the
you're
people who
watching this,
are people who would be here anyway.
let us know. Let us know in the comment. The one person, Grayson.
Great.
Say hi to us. Tell him
Hey.
Wait, what? That's my other thing is I need to get my list of trigger warnings figured out because
Yes.
I'm an editor and be like, what's the format for this? How's this gonna work?
Yeah.
But I have my dedication figured out, which is nice.
It's very cute. I love it.
Another thing that I need to be figuring out is my acknowledgements. I have a notes document that's like anytime I think of something I need to acknowledge, I put it in there. So that way I have the list. And I've had that since I made the original Tibiphone because when I printed it out and gave it to my sister, there was an acknowledgements on the back page. But I like specifically wanted to acknowledge basically every person who's commented on the videos with ideas for the story because I was like, you each contributed, so in your own way. So yeah. Oh man. How is it already the 15-minute mark again? I refuse to get back to work at this point.
I know. I don't know.
It's been 3 sprints, right? I'm gonna take a slightly longer break.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the 30-minute mark.
Slay.
Are you okay with that?
That's fine by me.
Okay, cool.
I'm just here chilling. I'm just trying. I'm procrastinating writing a newsletter.
I don't know why this is like the month to write a newsletter, except for next month.
Maybe that's why.
The next month is when you get to say that you had a really successful experience on submission. But like other than next month's newsletter, this month's newsletter is good. It's like so exciting. I'm on set.
I think that's why I'm like nervous about it. Because like I'm not exactly on sub yet. Like we're very close, but we're not there yet. Like
Okay.
close but no cigar at the moment. And I keep checking my email, but I'm also like, it's Good Friday. They probably have off and aren't checking their email.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
whatever. It's fine. Still nothing, which is fine. I fully, step away from your work, which is ironic coming from me. Although I do think I've been doing better with my work-life balance
You have.
recently.
We've
So-
been manifesting that for you. I'm so proud of you.
I've been manifesting. I'm trying. I have not worked on a weekend.
Slay.
Like, I think I've worked like one weekend, but does it even count as a weekend? Because I was on vacation. And it was like, I was just doing edits. It's like
Yeah.
chippy chopping.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I always struggle getting into a newsletter.
Okay.
But like once I'm actually like into it, it flows pretty fast. It's just like I'm trying to figure out, you know, how to start the newsletter, how to do it, you know, and I've just been thinking so much. I've been overthinking my newsletter because I watched The Extreme, which was very helpful. But I'm also like,
yeah, I don't know what I have no advice because, as you know, I'm not.
You don't have a newsletter.
Yeah,
I
know. I'm setting up my website, which that's taken such a back burner now that I'm so focused on this rewrite. But there's like this whole element that's like set up a newsletter, and even my own marketing team is like, you know, link a newsletter to your website. I'm like, I don't want to. I feel like here's my thing. I feel like my YouTube channel is my newsletter. You know, like that's what those videos are. And maybe that's what my newsletter is I just say new video and push it out. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna be like George R. Martin where I'm like writing all sorts of random stuff on a newsletter on my website like every day. It's just not not who I am in this moment, but I reserve the right to change my behavior. So
yeah. And like one of my favorite, and it's not really, I guess it's a newsletter. I don't know. I guess I just struggle with like the difference between like a Patreon post and like a newsletter. Because one of my favorite people who I subscribe to on Patreon is an author called Katie Robert. She's the one who did like the Dark Olympus series, like Neon Gods.
Oh, sure.
Those ones. Like she writes a lot. And one of the things she does on her Patreon is she serializes like her writing and like puts up the first draft like of her newest books on Patreon.
That's cool.
Which I love it. And I'm like, I want to do this.
Okay.
But I also am like, I don't want to ask people for money for it.
Why not? It's your work.
I also don't know.
Because you're undervaluing your efforts and your work.
Because I just want to give it to people.
I mean, you can do that if you want. You can do that.
You know, it's not fan fiction what I would do, obviously, but it feels like fan fiction in that I would just want if you want it. I know, but anyway, I've just been having a lot of thoughts about that, and I'm like thinking about like, you know, the cookie thing of like, you know, giving someone something and like, you know, what would I offer? And it could be, you know, do I start putting, you know, more longer snippets, more like chapter length snippets in my newsletter? Like, it's just, I've been overthinking my newsletter so fucking much. And in the end, it doesn't really matter, first of all. Second of all, I can do whatever I want because it's my newsletter.
Yeah.
And third of all, I don't have a third point.
Okay.
There we go. That's all it is.
You could do this.
I could.
Yeah, every time. Just here's my newsletter and it's just for a girl. That would be my newsletter for sure.
A Rick roll.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've been overthinking my newsletter, which is why I'm struggling to write it because I want to make it worthwhile.
I mean,
you don't have
to put it out until April 1st, right? April Fool's Day, which first of all, that's why it should just be a Rickroll. Hello. But you know, you could just draft it today, like make a draft of these are the topics I want to touch on. Here's the music I listened to this month. Like, why don't you write all of those like extra bits first? You know, the music.
No, I have been.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually doing a slightly different format because I went on vacation this month.
Okay.
Instead of what I'm consuming, I did an out of office feature where I'm going to talk about like my vacation, like the things that I did, like what I enjoyed, my thoughts on it. And then like, you know, music I listened to, like the books that I read while I was on vacation, like all of those kinds of things. So it's very similar, but it'd be more condensed and more focused on like, you know, I talk about what Indian Wells was like. I plug my podcast where I talk about it. You know,
so you could write that part first because that's like just poetry almost.
Yeah.
Min says newsletters are very bloggy now, I guess, and there's not much point in redoing the blogging urge over and over. Just link to a Rickroll.
Yeah.
I enjoy hearing the behind the scenes Katie thoughts in your newsletter.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do like doing. I like making them journally. I think that's kind of my, not my hook, but like that's what they are at the moment. And I don't know if I would transition because I've been thinking about starting a Patreon.
You have?
I've been thinking about it, yeah.
Ooh.
But again, I feel
why not?
uncomfortable.
Why?
Because I am the kind of person, like, it's the same reason I don't want to accept payment for editing or like for like an editing service, for like a developmental edit. It's not that I'm undervaluing it. I just want to give the content for free because I am a person who doesn't like asking for money because I don't believe in the institution of money, for one, and two, I just want to give people things. Like
Okay. I mean,
if we lived in utopia without money, I would be very happy, but we don't. So
I'm going to force myself through this conversation. I see your point, and you can feel how you would like to feel, and also acknowledge that you have a goal of being a professional writer, right?
Yep.
So
yep. Well, that's why I've been thinking about it, because I'm like, I want to be a professional,
right?
You know, like starting it now, being like, here you go. You know, if you want more behind this, like super behind the scenes stuff.
I also agree with Ava, where you're just presenting a choice. People don't need to do it, and it doesn't need to be significant. Like, I remember when Hank Green was writing An Absolutely Remarkable Thing, like his very first draft of it, he was up on Patreon, and it was literally like $1 a chapter, and it was a way to keep him motivated. And like, so people signed up and you paid $1, and every time he uploaded a chapter, you paid $1 to be able to get access to the chapter. But it's just like $1, you know?
Yeah.
So
I do have a Ko-fi, but I don't put it.
If you give us option to pay like a Ko-fi, that could be a good midway. Yeah. I've bought you coffee before on Ko-fi.
Yeah.
It says, I'm the same way, Katie. Also, knowing so many of the people who support me don't have a lot of money. That is fair. That is fair. And I see that point too, because I feel like our community is so inherently supportive and so generous with both their time and their funds. And you don't want to necessarily over encourage that or take advantage of that. That's for sure.
Yeah. No, that's kind of how I feel. It's like, you know, it's not that I undervalue my stuff. It's just that I like to share for free. Like, I just love to share things.
But here's my argument against your thoughts. Not argument against, just a point to consider, that when you publish a book, people have to pay $20 to get the book, right? And we're punishing Blue. So that is a gate to access, right? And so if you had this other option where it's like, oh, people have the option of eventually just buying the book, right? It's not like you're fully gatekeeping from them in general by being like, the things I publish on Patreon are only ever going to be on Patreon. Like, no, like the first draft of the book will eventually be a book that gets published, right? So it's just another option of consuming the content, but they can choose to consume it later when you publish the book too, you know? And you can't give away copies of the book for free because physical copies cost money to produce. And I think that's the thing that is happening too when you write the book. Like, you can give away the first draft for free, but then that is not accounting for the fact that it cost you to write that first draft. It cost you.
Yeah, I guess. My other issue, on top of the other things, is that if I did start sharing things on like a Patreon, like, I would not feel comfortable then talking about those things anywhere else. And I'd have to be really careful about not talking about things that are on my Patreon because they're Patreon exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, if you could just get it for free, like, because I talked about it on a live stream, like,
but I think
that feels unfair.
I feel like there's a difference between talking about something versus like the actual, like, you talking about your first draft versus the actual words of the first draft. And as you were saying before with your
Yeah.
newsletter, it's your Patreon. You can do what you want. If your patrons feel like, if your patrons feel like you talk enough about the stuff that's happening on Patreon outside of Patreon, then they can just stop supporting it. Like they can
But
just.
I don't want to do that. I don't want, I
Uh-huh.
don't want people to be upset. I don't want to, accidentally, it becomes complicated when you do have somebody, when you do ask someone for money and they give you money for a certain product,
Hmm.
and if you're just giving it away for free, then somewhere else,
But like, how would you be giving it away for free unless you were literally sharing the work? Unless you were literally.
No, but I mean, if it's anything else, like because I'm not just going to be sharing my first draft work on Patreon, like I'd be sharing other things, like maybe I share like character mood boards. Maybe I share about my experience writing. Maybe I share about my craft tips. Like maybe I share like, this is how I do things. Here's templates for stuff. Like then I would not be able to share that anywhere else.
Well, but that's not true because aren't a lot of Patreons set up as just early access? That's how yours could be set up. It's like, this is the first place I'll talk about it. But then eventually, once I post it here, I'm opening myself up to talking about it again, maybe like 2 weeks later. But after 2 weeks, it's fair game.
That's
Like
true.
that's a thing that I see happen all the time on Patreon.
That's true. Especially with like YouTubers. Yeah. Putting up their videos early.
This is why I would consider doing Patreon. Because only for the specific reason of like, there's a lot of stuff that I do want to talk about that I feel like is a little bit more, not taboo, that's not the right word, but just you want to have a good faith audience. That's how I will phrase it. And I feel like patrons, for the most part, are reliably a good faith audience. And yeah, I think this is interesting. Sarah Sutton, she started putting her financial details on Patreon, I think. So you can see that if you're a patron, something others don't get.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a way to like filter your audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's also okay to want something and not do it because your time is worth more than nothing. I also agree with that. I think Kate Wismer and Diane Marie have really good Patreon. Oh, I didn't know Diane had a Patreon. Certain content in Patreon exclusive vlogs. Katie posted a draft of a book she previously talked about in her YouTube vlogs. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
I think you should do it, Katie. And you know what? And here's the reality. Like right now, especially, our audience is good faith. I feel like
Yeah, for sure.
if you want to change if this is a time of experimentation, right? You don't need to wait until you have the perfect setup for Patreon before you make a Patreon. You can make your Patreon, set it up, and then experiment with what you want it to represent, what you share with Patreon, what you don't share with everybody else because it's Patreon exclusive. And if at a certain point you're like, wait, no, I hate not being able to talk about this, you move it over. Patreon could be where you really go into, right now YouTube is where you're like, I'm working on this, now I'm working on this, now I'm working on this. That could be what Patreon becomes. And then eventually YouTube is just where you're like, okay, no, I'm fully solidified on this now because my patrons have been seeing me waffle on projects for the past 2 months. And now I'm committed,
Yeah, for sure.
Devasia saying, like actually Patreon exclusive, like I've been saying for how long?
That's actually why I've been thinking about it, because I would, I'm
First
talking
of all, I love this though. Yes, I've been filing my taxes and I've just learned my John Green's Tumblr was called Fishing Boat Proceeds. Yeah, I think they had a whole Vlogbrothers video about it back in like 2008 about him filing his taxes and thinking this was a funny thing that you could file taxes for, was your fishing boat proceeds. Anyway, sorry, keep going.
Oh, that's funny. Is because I talked about in my newsletter, like some of the because I'm making an Instagram post that's kind of like a very like brief summation of all the things I did in March, kind of just like, because I stepped outside my comfort zone in March, and like I'm kind of proud of the things that I was, working on in March. I feel like an adult for the first time, like in March. And one of the things I was saying is that I was working on the outlines for new romance books. Like, if Cruel Summer does not work on submission, I'd have to be coming to think about something else. I'd have to work on something else. Because obviously I can't write the other 3 books in the Cruel Summer universe, because if it doesn't sell, they don't sell either. Like, this is the perfect gateway. Backhanded Compliments is book 1, regardless. Like, fuck.
Do you want me to end the stream and we could delete it?
No, it's fine. Anyway. I knew it was gonna happen. How many times have I told you and been like, "Oh, I almost said it," and then
My gasp didn't help either. We could have just.
I really did not realize that it came out of my mouth because I'm just so used to saying the title now. Yeah, my 17 closest friends. There you go.
I'm so shook. I'm not Ava.
I have said it before. I'm not mad at that. Just
Okay.
like here's okay. So we're going into something else now. We'll go back to that.
Top
Yeah.
of the hour, everybody. Just FYI.
Sorry. We're not talking about stuff. Anyway, I basically don't like talking. I don't give the title, and it's not because I think the title is like something so amazing and that someone's going to like, steal it from me. Like it does not matter to me. Because I came up with that title before, like well before that. Anyway, I have said it before in a live stream that was previously deleted. The reason that I don't haven't like completely gone with it is because everyone knows that the book project title is Cruel Summer. And like I don't want to be anyone to be confused. Like when I talk about it's been Cruel Summer like for the majority of the book's life. Like I've talked about it on YouTube as Cruel Summer. Like I talked about it on Instagram. Here, like it's Cruel Summer. Like that's just the easiest way for people to know what I'm talking about is to call it Cruel Summer. And plus now having kind of, seen your title change, like I don't know what will happen in the future with the book. And, just calling it Cruel Summer and being like, hey, that's not the official title. It's just the project title. Right. It's just easier than in the long run. If the title does get changed, I could be like, here's the official title. And it actually is the official title. Here's Miranda, the person who actually came up with the title. Anyway, I don't actually care that it's out there. I'll probably bleep it anyway. But it is what it is. So I'm not like upset or anything. It's just, I wanted to explain why I don't, and I think I've explained this before of like why I don't call it the real title. I call it Cruel Summer still. I think it's just easier for people, anyone who is consuming my content to know when I say Cruel Summer, what book I mean. And then later it won't be as confusing.
That's fair.
Anyway, to go back to the discussion at hand, that's true. It's also the name of the podcast.
Yeah, the podcast
and compliments.
Yeah,
is the podcast Backhands and Compliments. So
it works in both contexts. I'm just gonna say it.
It does. SEO slay. You want to read my book and listen to my podcast? You can find them pretty much anywhere. Well, once the book's published, it's not yet. Anyway,
soon to be. Oh, sorry. Yeah, when you just said when I came up with the title, me too, Miranda. I was filling my water bottle, so I didn't want to shout. But I was like, when you came up with the title,
Miranda came up with the title, or when I chose the title, I guess, which is what from the list that Miranda graciously gave me, a list of just random titles, and that was really early in the process, actually, which is kind of funny.
I'm just gonna hype myself up here. I'm pretty sure that Miranda suggested Backhands and Compliments, and I'm the one who was like, "What about?" And then. That title. So
what the real title is.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh my god, I would die, man. I would die. I would screaming, crying, going up.
There's another book that's currently being written in our friend group that I think would be the perfect Morgan Riddle book for her to blurb. Like
I think so too. Perfect.
Yeah.
Would love to see it. Anyway, to go back to what I was talking about, I have been outlining other romance books that I could work on as my next submissionable book if Cruel Summer does not does die, because it's possible it does. Just to be completely, whatever. And there is a lot of pressure, I feel like now, and there's always been a lot of pressure on certain projects that I've been writing because I want to be a traditionally published author. And last year when I thank you, Eva. I'm just trying to be realistic though. I've been wanting to return to Lake Actually, because Lake Actually is a book that at this point in my career is unpublishable in the traditional market, because I'm an unknown, because it's very slow. It's very character focused. It is a lot of POVs. And I just don't want to put in the work that it would be to push like actually into a box for the traditional publishing market. Like at this point, I'd rather just write something else that already fits it. That's how I feel about it. But I still want to work on Lake Actually because I love working on Lake Actually. I think it's really fun. And so thank you, Eva.
Very sweet.
That's so sweet of you.
Also, yes. Same, Miranda. Same.
Me too. So yes, Devasia, I do listen to you. I've been thinking about it. And if I started a Patreon and wanted to share my writing, I think Lake Actually would be something that I would start sharing because I love that story. I have had a great time with it. I think it would be fun to share. But I'm also at the same time like, who wants to read the stupid fucking book? Anyway, that was just a very large tangent of me waffling at you for 25 minutes. That's what you would get on a Patreon.
Yeah.
Me waffling.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we can spend the next 24 minutes just fully plotting it out so that way you have the confidence to move forward. So,
hold on.
Oh, she's getting a call. So I'm going to ask her what tiers of Patreon she should have. And like, merch. That's my thing. I want to make a Patreon just for designing Trouble Troop merch. Have I told you guys I have an idea for a mug? It's a Tracker Breeds Reality mug. It's a 10K day mug, and it's got lots of squares that you can fill in with an expo marker. And then once you fill in all squares, you've written 10,000 words. And then on the other side of the mug, it says the Tracker Breeds Reality. That's what I would want my Patreon to be. Would be just like, if you are at this level, you get this thing, which at that point is just a store. It's not a Patreon.
Yeah. Which, like, make the store. Like, put the store on your website.
You guys. Yeah. So, okay, if you were to make a Patreon, what would your tier list be?
That's a great question. I have no idea. That's what I've literally, in my brain, it's just, what if I made a Patreon?
Okay. Then instead of thinking of tier list, think of it as like open, medium, closed access, right? So there's one tier that's like, this is what everybody gets, and it's, XYZ. And then there's another tier where it's like a little more exclusive, and then there's the final tier where it's like, this is the like real hot goss juicy crap. I'm assuming your like open tier would be your Lake Actually tier, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, that's actually cute.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh, title of your Patreon tiers. That's so cute.
That would be really cute.
What did Miranda say? I think you should sell notebooks with that on the front, Wallace. Oh, the Tracker Breeds Reality.
Mm-hmm.
But the notebook isn't a tracker. I'd have to think.
You could have trackers in it. You'd have to you'd have like pages of trackers.
I've low-key doodled Trouble Troop and nail pins on my iPad. Stop! Share! Hello? You gotta share them in the cabin. Please, Anna. That's adorable. Oh, every page on my tracker. Like an adult coloring book, but it's like, oh my God. Okay, so I've been telling people that I'm really into cash stuffing videos, right? Well, there's this whole subset of cash stuffing culture called savings challenges, and people will make trackers where it's like a Christmas saving challenge, and it's got like 25 little presents on it, and every time you save like $5, you color in a present, right? I could literally make that, but for writing, where it's like, write your way to 100K. Come up with merch, like actual merch. Oh my God. And every page has like a tracker at the top and then a place where you can like, doodle out, but it's meant to be along with a typing on the computer, but that there are basically it's 100,000 word tracker, but it could be like even broken up into like, there's one page where it's like, okay, today's a big 10K day push or something like that. And write your way to
I kind of need this in my life. Write your way to 100K.
I'm writing it down.
It's going on the merch list. We have so many merch ideas. It's like actually kind of crazy.
Also, I kind of love it because it's a little misleading because I think some people will think it's like riding your way to $100,000, but
Yeah.
no. I love it. Did she get a coupon? Wait, what? Did he say oh my god. Oh my god. Why merch but not monetization? I know that's what I'm asking Ava all the time. Here's my other problem with merch is that I feel like this is why I legitimately have been like, I've had like that mug thing I legitimately want to do, but I struggle with some manufacturing practices and a lot of the things that are easy, like merch ideas that are easy to manufacture are manufactured in places where I think that populations are being taken massively advantage of and illegally, in my opinion, although, you know, legality, I guess, is a construct, but against my moral laws is how I'll phrase it. And and so that's something that I struggle with is finding a manufacturer for merch who I would feel ethically okay with, but also wouldn't mean I was making a mug that you had to sell for $200, you know? So
yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true. But anyway, but yeah, to Ava's point though, when you monetize, you cut out that need for the middleman, right? Like you can create the merch as a way of making money, or you could just monetize. And
I don't know, I feel like monetization, do you mean like monetization like on YouTube or like
on Patreon? That's a form of monetization.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because like I feel like YouTube is different because all people are paying with are their time. Like you're just paying with the time that you watch a video for. Whereas like on Patreon you pay with actual money. And I think with merch, I guess the way I see it differently is like with merch, you see physically the product that you're going to get with your money. Whereas on Patreon, like people do have to weigh whether this thing that I'm giving them is worth it, but like you don't really know what it is yet. Like I can say, oh, you're going to get access to like actually, and if people are like, they don't know if it's worth it yet. You don't get a free trial on Patreon. Whereas like with a merch item, like a mug, you know exactly what you're getting.
Right.
Like you know what you're buying. Like it's a mug with it says this thing on it and you can actually physically see it and you get it and you know that you either spent your money well or did, depending on the quality of the product, regardless of who's selling, whatever. Like there's very different levels of what people get in response for their money. And as a girly who is does not have very much money, I am always very conscious of that, and I'm always very conscious of what other people would be paying for stuff. So I would be worried that I wouldn't be giving them what they want worth for their money.
But why not?
That's individually for each
why
people.
Not them to be making that choice, right?
I know. That's what I've kind of come to the realization of now. So
also, I'm making a day in the life vlog right now, so I figured I needed to include this bit about how we've stopped sprinting for about
45 minutes, 30 minutes.
We've stopped sprinting for about 45 minutes. We're taking a longer break because we've been working for a couple hours now, and we're discussing all sorts of ethical questions,
money,
career progression. No, I hear you, but I just think, well, you know what I think, and at the end of the day, it's going to be up to you to decide.
Yeah, it's just something I'm thinking about. Thank you for the tier name recommendation, Devesha. I think
that's so good.
It's really,
now you're gonna have to decide. But see, now you're gonna have to decide though who's the top dog.
Well, I feel like Blue is the most open because he's a baby.
That's true.
He's a baby, and then there's Bear, and then Bella's the top tier because she is unfortunately no longer with us. Dog of my heart, but she's not here anymore. And like I think you can change tier names too. Like I don't think I have to stick with the same tier names. Like I can change it again.
But okay, wait, hold on.
I have more tiers.
We figured out Blue is the Lake Actually tier. That's where you would share your stuff. Okay. What is the most exclusive? What's the most exclusive?
Most exclusive.
You would write a handwritten letter every month. Or just you'd get on a private chat with them. They'd gain access to some secret rooms in the Trouble Discord.
No. No.
No. But yeah, it would have to be something. It'd have to be something like juicy.
I know, but I don't have that much
You-
juicy stuff in my life. Like, I guess my top tier
Uh-huh.
would probably be like something related to like everyone who subscribes to the top tier would like, you know, could commission me for something like, you know, query critique or like a manuscript critique and like
Oh, Katie, that's a great idea. Or freaking your top tier, Katie, could be like, I mean, you'd have to make it really top tier because you wouldn't want to overbook yourself, but like you literally could be like helping them create a querying strategy. Like you'd be their query buddy to help them work through. Although, wait, I just saw somebody on TikTok saying, don't fall for people saying they can do this with you. It's a scam. And I was like, oh, but Katie would not be scamming people if she helps them query.
I'd be trying to help. Really would be trying to help.
Yeah, but maybe that's good. Like a query critique.
You know, like first pages of a manuscript.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Which then you are educated for and thus can charge for, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Also, I love this idea. Top tier $50 for publishing gossip. As if we don't spill everything on these private, private streams.
Yeah. I think I'd have to have like a limit of like only like this many people
like 10 people
could join. And
you can do that on Patreon. You can limit how many people can join a certain tier.
Yeah, can join a certain tier. And I don't know how much. I think I love the idea of a custom mood board. I don't know about legally if I'd be allowed to do that.
Well, as long as you use Unsplash.
I have to use Unsplash, which, you know, it would be hit or miss depending on what.
Oh my god, the one you made for Tibifo, so good. Although I need you to make now one with the new title.
Oh, that's very easy. That's super easy.
Thank you.
I can just change, because I still have it obviously on my computer.
Yeah.
I can change it to the new title. I love this. At the bell tier, she would call people stupid bitches for eating her socks.
Okay.
Oh, my poor girl. She was so silly. I also like this exclusive vlogs and streams.
Yeah.
I think that would also be part of it. I think, you know,
maybe I should make a Patreon and the Wallace work days become exclusive. I always end up deleting them because we get too private. When they're public. Oh man.
I think that would be interesting, like going like full, you know, revealing everything, talking about all of the thoughts and stuff. And like, cause it would be very much like, you know, it'd be like a Troublemakers call, like that we have on our Discord, except it's on a Patreon and like you have to pay for it. And it's like
now we're skirting dangerously close to the April Fool's Day joke of last year, but making it a reality.
No, I don't think, because we'd still do this. Like, you know, I don't know. We do very much.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh, see, this is interesting. You put your sub updates behind a paywall.
I was thinking about doing that. Yeah. I should probably be writing this stuff down.
I'm right. Well, we're recording it, and I'll write
That's
it.
also true.
So,
A first chapter critique I could do as well.
First chapter critique.
There's some other things.
But the thing is, like with the higher tiers, though, like there's got to be a continuous reason for them to stay there, right? So,
right, that's what I'm like trying to think of.
You could have like your highest tier gets you exclusive access to something, and then if you remain at the highest tier for like a certain number of months, then that earns you a first chapter critique or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because that's what Eva is saying too. Yeah. Yeah, or like I send you a signed book if you want that. I don't know. Or like that's like way down the line.
Grape, can we have members? I think they changed it from 500 to 100, didn't they?
I don't think we had. Did they? Hold on, I can check this because you know, obviously I have access to the trade.
I thought so because I felt like, oh no, that's just the community tab. Because I felt like right when I got my community tab for having 500 subscribers, it became a thing that people even with 100 subscribers got. And I was like, you know what? That's
I
fine.
know.
But also,
Rude. How fucking rude.
I also low key, I mean, I've also just been very busy, but low key, I'm like scared of putting up new videos because I am gaining subscribers so fast. Well, comparatively for me, like let's all be for real. Like I'm a tiny, tiny channel, but I am gaining subscribers so fast. Like guys,
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, I barely had like 550. Barely. I'm just like, I don't know what to do.
What do you have now?
Like 7. Let me check. I don't know. How many do I have? 781. Jesus Christ. So it's scaring me a little bit. Anyway, so that's why I mean that's one of the reasons why there hasn't been a video this week. Because I was aiming for every 2 weeks. If I get one up next week, it'll be every 3, but yeah.
We need 500 subscribers for
How close are
like
we?
stickers. We're at 332.
Okay, well,
So we could do a marketing push.
but do we want to? That's my thing.
I don't know.
I love the people who come. You know, that's what's crazy to me is that we have 300 subscribers or something, but it is the same 20 people every time.
Which is what I want. I want
Me too.
the
Me too.
and if you're a lurker, you're allowed to also, it's fine if you're lurking.
Mhm.
I also love to lurk on streams, like especially like gaming streams where I'm like, I don't know,
And
jack shit what's going on.
And Cat, our
Hi,
beloved
Ann Cat.
lurker,
Love you.
Ann
Love you. But yeah. Oh, hi, Kit.
Hi, Kit.
Just like something 332 of your closest friends. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I think the trouble streams should stay free for everybody. I don't know. I feel like once we start adding in, like, obviously if we're monetized, I feel like if we do reach that thing where like we have stickers and stuff and people want to support us monetarily, it's their
Right.
choice.
Right.
I think we can, you can do that. We should like enable that or whatever. But like, I don't think we should put any of our streams behind a paywall
Mm-hmm.
if it's marketed as a trouble stream.
I agree. And also, I mean, I do need to figure out what to do about the Wallace Workday because I so enjoy them. But because of the Blank Page Tavern, everybody go subscribe to the Blank Page Tavern YouTube channel, which is where AuthorTubers play Dungeons and Dragons together. Anyway, because of the Blank Page Tavern, which I run, I had to switch over my StreamYard Pro account from Trouble to my Wallissimo umbrella. And so because of that, this is like the last Wallace Workday because the Troublemaker, oh yeah, I guess I should have said that to people. Sorry. The Troublemaker account loses its StreamYard Pro on Monday. And after that, I can't be taking up all these hours on this Trouble channel. So, maybe that's something to think about is like.
Although, can't you stream to the Trouble channel from your Wallissimo branch? It's just I won't have access to like click on stuff for you, like if I'm joining you.
Yes, that is true. That's a good point, but that makes me sad. What if
it would still be on the Troublemaker channel?
What if we kind of made last year's April Fool's Day a reality where we did make a collective Patreon channel for the Troublemakers and the different tiers got you? Can you do like 2 separate $1 tiers where you like
get
access to Grape stuff, get access to Kate stuff, get access to Wallace stuff, or no?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I don't know.
So like, do you know what I mean though? Like if you pay, because okay, Stieg will never make content, and I say that with love. So like the $1 tier is Stieg tier. That's everybody's tier, and like that's just the general stuff. And then there's the Wallace tier, and that's like $3 a month. And if you do $3 a month, then Wallissimo work days, and like do you know what I'm saying? And then $5 for Katie, and then $10 for Grape Fry, and it's like the level of what gets put out is related to the person whose tier it is. Does that make sense?
Oh, then what would go on the tiers?
Oh, but Mars is saying you can have different tiers at the same price. I've seen that.
Oh,
but so can you differentiate the exclusivity though? Like if someone's paying $1, but they only gain access. Okay, I guess that would make sense though, right? Because if each of us had a $1 level, but somebody wanted to have access to all of our $1 levels, then they'd have to pay $4,
Yeah.
This is all very interesting, actually.
Oh, so interesting. Will we do it? Who knows?
Who knows? And would you even want to do that versus having your own that you'd like be fully in control of? That's the other question.
I'd probably want to have my own, to be honest.
I mean, that makes sense. Considering like us as a group, I think we enjoy our friendship, but I also think we're territorial over our own like spaces, you know?
And like, I don't want to bring the trouble. Like, this is gonna sound so weird if you like don't have like me and you have had this conversation before. But like my persona on my own channel is so much different than here. Like I feel different on this channel than I do on my own channel, which is why I don't like running streams on my own channel, because I feel different. Like I know I'm actually not different, and I'm really not like expressing myself differently. It just like feels different. Just like I feel different on Instagram. I feel different on my newsletter. I feel different in YouTube. Like I don't know. It's very different. Chopped.
This is funny. Sorry. Cool. Just in parts to Pro every month. I love that.
I mean, that's kind of it. But you know, so it's very interesting. I want to keep this as my sacred space. You know, the troublemakers are very much a sacred space. And not that like the people who are here aren't also on my live streams.
Right.
Because they are. Like everyone who comes to my live stream goes to the troublemaker. But like being a troublemaker, like it's different, you know?
That's fair.
Yeah. Here I have permission to be chaotic. I get to be trouble.
Yeah.
Because it's the troublemaker. It's like it's less professional over here, you know? More candid. Yes, because there's like a certain vibe that I want to have on my own YouTube channel that's more professional, because it is like
and
my
there's something like nice and like comforting of knowing that, you know, because we did create this separate channel, it is like slightly removed from our writer personas, and that way if there's someone coming to our channel because of our books, you know, they can it would take some digging to find the channel. Like I used to put it in my descriptions. I don't always anymore, you know? So I think that's fair. You don't want to like cross your wires, I guess.
Yeah, it's about the audience, you know? Like just because the audience here loves my chaoticness, they would also enjoy my professional thing. But just because you're on my professional portion, you may not like the chaotic version, or I may not want that, you know?
Yeah.
There's only like people contain multitudes. And so I'm marketing to a different audience on my actual YouTube channel than I am over here. Here, I'm not even marketing at all.
That's fair. I get that. I know. God.
No, absolutely not.
Why would we keep mentioning this? You don't want people to go from John Keats' video to troublemakers. Oh my God. Speaking of John Keats, I'm going to talk about this in my figuring out a title for the book. But you got 14 closest friends get to know first. When we were really struggling for a title, Katie dropped an amazing potential title that I just thought was so hilarious, because it actually sounds so serious and like mysterious, but actually is the first line of, or like a portion, like a play on the first line of John Keats's To Autumn poem. And to me, that was so campy and so hilarious. I was like, I wanted that to be the title so bad. That title would have been the one that we actually like proposed was The Season of Mist and Magic, which the actual line from the John Keats novel or poem is The Season of Mist and Mellow. Is that right? Of Mist and Mellow. But oh my God, I wanted that to be the title so bad. I wanted that to be the title so bad. But it's okay. We moved on. But I just thought that would have been so funny. I would have loved making that video of like doing a title reveal and being like, oh, and where did this come from? Well, and then like the slow crop up of my thumbnail of reading my dead voice and photos. Like that. I had it all envisioned. I was like, they're gonna say yes, but then my publisher got back and they're like, this feels vague. And I was like, okay, never mind.
Okay. Oh God. See, this was the part of the era. I feel like the Grinch video and like those videos were still when we didn't have the Troublemaker channel yet. So like and I feel like I've transformed, you know, I would put the Grinch video now on the Troublemaker channel.
That's fair.
Like
that's fair.
So I feel like I have very much transitioned the different portions as I've, you know, gotten older and like understood more about
what's happening.
The John Keats thing. Is that what you're
Oh,
laughing at?
I don't know. Well, it's almost time for another sprint, but Grape, I want you to say are you okay? What's happening?
Are you good? Like, what's going on? Also, why are you not over here?
Does anybody know? Katie, can you decipher? Oh yeah, okay. Of the Salt Lake City, Fantasy Salt Lake City. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
So correct.
That's so
Yeah,
true.
had a brain blast.
Yeah. All right. Is everybody ready to go into another sprint?
I think we're ready finally.
After an hour
Make me
break,
shut up.
I feel rejuvenated. Thank you for that, Katie. I really needed that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna get back to work. All right, everybody, see you in 45 minutes. I forgot to start the sprint. Sorry. Hi, Stig.
Hi.
Hi,
Or not.
Stig. I don't think you can hear us.
I don't think you can hear us either.
Stig, my
Stig.
buddy.
Stig!
Stig-a-lig-a-lig. Stig-a-lig-a-lig. He's just vibing. Okay, well,
Yeah, all right. Yeah, still projecting. Mm-hmm.
how'd you do on the? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, how'd you do on that sprint?
Okay. I did good. I am echoing.
I'll turn myself down.
Okay. Okay, there we go. I was like, oop, oop. I am up to 1,316 words in my newsletter. So I've written some
Excellent.
before that, so I don't know, but I don't know how many, but that is currently how many I have. So I'm like over halfway done, almost halfway done with it.
Mhm.
Usually my newsletters are around 3,000. So I've just been talking about my experience with my revisions, what's next up on the docket, and yeah, so.
Very well done. Very well done. Oh no, Mars, what happened? That was not a good
Oh.
45 minutes for me. I'm sorry.
Sure.
That was a good 45 minutes for me in the context of like the changing strategy I had. I'm now on page 261. But that's again, it's just because I'm going through and I'm taking down tons and tons of notes of all the things I actually need to pay attention to. And the more I think about it, Katie, I think I'm not going to do what I said. I think I am going to try tomorrow, at least, to start with just committing to rewriting the first couple chapters and just seeing if I can freaking get them done. Just because I feel like I'll feel so much better once those are done rather than doing the easy stuff first and then being stressed that the last thing I have to do is the hard stuff, you know? And also,
I do in fact know.
feel like from a time perspective, right? If I get those really hard chapters done first, like, because rereading this now that I'm on page 261, the last, I mean, the book is like 350 pages, right? The last 280 pages, I feel like for the most part are solid. It's just those first 70 that are the struggle bus. And so if I can focus in the next 5 days of just getting those good, I think my editor will understand if I don't have time to like do a final review of the last part of the book. So I would rather give her a book with a solid beginning and an ending that just needs a teensy little bit more zhuzhing rather than having gotten everything addressed on the ending, but not figured out the beginning. So
yeah,
I think we're reworking the strategy plan. Stig, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for joining us.
I feel like I missed 4 hours worth of content. What are we talking about? What's going on?
Almost
First
5.
of all, I'm doing well. I was just intently so close to the chapter, and it was like, okay, these lovely ladies can wait another 2 minutes. I just squeeze. So that's the very focused mode came in. Other than that, I spent the day with family. It was children, not for me, but also blessed.
Blessed that they're not your kids.
Yes. They're meant for you in the context of nibblings, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, you know, I had a productive day in terms of...
Great. Mars got very ill. I'm sorry to hear that. Miranda, eat the frog.
Yeah, you start the day with eating a frog. Everything else is fine. You know, you've never heard that phrase?
I have not. This is something that has slipped through my cracks. I've never heard this phrase.
Yeah, it's like so you know, if like you have something really bad, like if you have like a big to-do list and like you have something really horrible you have to do, or like, you know, that's why I always schedule like my doctor's appointments in the morning, or like, you know, my hair appointment in the morning. Like it's eating the frogs. Like I get it done, it's over with. Yeah, do the hardest thing first.
Start today with shitting your pants. You can only go from there.
I think like the how I've always done the phrase is like, if you eat the frog in the morning, nothing else is ever going to be as bad as eating a frog. Like, you know, so everything else.
It's very elitist to freak people who eat frogs, like the French.
Do the French eat the frogs?
Yeah, frog legs.
Very popular cuisine in French. In Frenchland.
I'm gonna have some Easter chocolate.
Ooh, yeah. It's not hanging over your head and ruining your day.
That's
Just do
fair.
the thing. Yep.
Yeah, you could also not eat frogs. I don't know if that's an option, but
It's a metaphor. I also love the boiling frog metaphor.
That's a good
Have you
metaphor.
heard that
too.
one?
Yes,
No.
I know that one.
I have not.
It's the idea that if you put a frog in boiling water, it'll immediately jump out. But if you put a frog in room temperature water and then turn on the heat and it rises to boiling, the frog will cook to death. And that's the idea of like getting used to bad treatment rather than going into a situation that's already bad. And
Okay.
I use that phrase a lot, Stieg. So I've probably been confusing you a lot.
Literally never ever heard you utter the word frog in my life.
You're lying, Stieg. I literally say, like, oh, I'm a frog.
Show
in
me
hot
one
water right
clip.
now.
Show me one clip.
As if there aren't hundreds of unfilmed hours.
Why are we talking about cooking frogs? I know a Frenchman would never be summoned. Yeah, I didn't know they were a French thing.
Yeah, if anyone in the chat can ever confirm that Wallace has talked about boiling frogs, please do. Katie, have you ever?
I
heard
know
of
she
that?
has. Yes, she for sure has.
Well, you spend a lot more time with her than I do, so
I don't know if that's true.
A lot more.
you have like
Also,
an
I
entire
thought-
6 hours of the day that I'm asleep,
Yeah, but
We don't spend that time together all the time, though.
not all the time.
but often.
Sometimes I'm asleep and you guys are up hanging.
That's also true, Stieg. Because
That's also true.
I'm up with Katie at night, but I'm up with you in the morning. So
Yeah,
That's true.
Wallace just never sleeps.
It's true. If it's your job to eat a frog, I think, and if it's your job to eat 2 frogs, it's best to eat the biggest one first. Mark Twain, according to Google. So, Stieg, what you really missed out was Katie and I chatting for an hour about whether or not she should start a Patreon, and now I'm thinking I should start a Patreon.
What? I mean, sure, I'll support you.
Do you want to know what my Patreon would be?
Sure.
Travel content. It's the stuff I would never put on my YouTube channel, but I'd be like, maybe for my patrons, I would make travel vlogs.
Okay.
Yes, Gabe.
Yes, please do.
Yes.
I would love to see it.
That's not the devil talking.
Mm-mm.
Unless the
Make
devil
the
is
YouTube channel.
Jeff Bezos. Or whoever owns YouTube. It's not Jeff Bezos. Who is it?
Susan
No.
Wachowski. I don't think she owns YouTube. I think she's just the CEO. Susan.
Yeah.
We'll see, Sayla. We'll see. Guys, if you want
Gabe-
money from YouTube, don't make a writing channel.
Yeah, don't make a writing
like a
channel.
slime channel. Make like
Mhm.
a beauty channel.
Mhm.
She's not the
Age
CEO anymore.
backwards into... Oh.
Oh my god, what happened to Susan? Sorry.
What is happening to this world?
Crazy. She was my childhood. Okay. Doesn't Google own YouTube? So isn't it like whoever owns Google?
I don't know.
Don't want to know about this, Miranda.
Whoa.
Wait.
I have been out of the news. The therapy is working.
What do you mean Jeff Bezos is not the CEO of Amazon? Who am I going to complain to when my Alexa takes over?
Yeah.
Put the dogs away. Keep the dogs away.
Katie, have you thought more during that 45-minute sprint about patronizing Patreon?
Have
you told more about patronizing people?
I love to do that. I have a little bit. I lightly I put the thought of it in my newsletter. So dipping our toes and just mentioning it.
Okay.
What kind of content would it be?
Writing related.
I mean, obviously, but what would you offer on a Patreon that you don't offer in your newsletter or YouTube?
I would offer my writing. I'd probably serialize my writing in some capacity. I was also thinking of having a submission, talking about my submission journey, you get early access to it basically. And then doing that. What are some of the other things? Try maybe setting up if you are a patron for 4 months at my highest tier, you'll get a query critique or first chapter critique. and
Yeah,
you know,
first
super
chapter
streams.
mission updates behind paywall. Also, we came up with an amazing idea for something I'm just going to throw up on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I'm always like, you know, the Tracker Breeds reality Stieg, and you know how people on Amazon make like journals that are, oh, somebody said, but they're specifically called like low quality journals or something. It's like kind of a backhanded compliment, not even, but it's just an insult. But
Yeah, where's the compliment? Low
I was
quality.
thinking about starting like, you know, an adult coloring book, but instead it's of just like things to color, and it's full of trackers, writing trackers for writing words, and it would be called Write Your Way to 100K.
Oh, sounds very marketable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Low content, no low quality.
Thank you.
There we go. That's what it is.
That's what I meant.
quality.
Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad. Okay, are people ready to get into another sprint? We're gonna do the crystal. Wait, haven't we already done the crystal zodiac timer actually? Let's do let's do the 60-minute apothecary. That's giving Hecate good one.
It sure is.
And I will just get it shared. Any final thoughts? Steve, are you gonna join us for this sprint?
Yes.
Excellent.
How much more do you have to read?
Oh, sorry.
From today's program, I have 3 more chapters to read.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just FYI to people, this is our second to last sprint because I will be ending at 3 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern. Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's now 3 p.m. Eastern, about to be.
It is.
So 2 more 45-minute sprints. And you know what? Let's just get started early so that way our next break will be a little longer. Okay. Happy
slay.
Also listen to the new Beyonce album.
All right. Oh, I forgot that the apothecary timer is a Laurinetta timer. I was expecting the Jessica ending sound. And I know somebody requested the cinnamon roll timer. So, Katie, how'd you do?
Did good. I finished up my project update part of my newsletter and got it like edited and put into my newsletter receptacle, the place that sends it out to everybody.
Oh my gosh, very well done.
And then decided that I was gonna take a break from doing that and finish it later. And I'm working on my April mood boards for like my desktop and like my phone background and stuff. So changing them every month. So I'm making those.
Steve, how'd you do?
I did well. Thank you so much for asking all this. I got through a chapter, and then I also got through some more of Beyonce's album. And that's basically what I did.
Nice. I finished my collection of like collecting comments for consistency and continuity, and it ended up being 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of handwritten notes of things I need to account for on this final reread.
It's a lot of accounting.
It is. My brain is a little fried. So I think I'm gonna. Obviously, we're gonna take a break, but I don't know. Part of me is debating if I normally I take breaks from 3 to 6. 3 o'clock is in an hour, but I can just feel I don't have the brain space to jump back into the story right now. So part of me is wondering if I should just at the top of this hour just call it and start with my like afternoon errands early. And just
no, but I have 2 more chapters to get through.
I know, but I just I mean, I can always leave and you guys can keep going.
You stole my youth.
I mean, I'm like, oh, should we just call it?
No. I need another 45 minutes. I need another 45 minutes.
Well, we've got. Oh no, we don't have one more because I'm gonna end it at the top of the hour. Unless you guys want to take over.
I'll just stay and keep this show rolling.
All right, everybody. I'm
going
to be dipping out at the top of the hour, but Stieg will be taking over. So that's the nice thing about having it stream from our account because this can happen. Yeah.
How did you do? Oh yeah.
What do you want to talk about for the next 13 minutes? Grape is asking me if I've used the printer a lot. Have I? I've used it to print out several a thing. In the past couple of days, I've been talking about this a lot. I've been getting really into cash stuffing, and I printed out the.
Have you? I haven't heard you talk about this yet.
Really?
In cash stuffing, once you get to a certain amount, people will like take the bigger bills and deposit them in the bank, and then they'll have fake versions in their cash envelope as a way of keeping track of what's in the bank. So, for example, if you save up $100, you can take the $100 and deposit into the bank and then have a fake $100 bill in your envelope as a representation that you have $100 in the bank. So I printed off a ton of fake
money.
bills.
Fake money.
Well, they're not even
counterfeit girly.
They're not actual bills. I literally went on Canva and
it's just like Abraham Lincoln with a mustache.
Here, I'll show you.
Let's see.
I'll show you Canva.
Miranda says, this is such an interesting arc on the hyperfixation journey.
I know.
It's true.
I went on Canva, as I've been saying, and I found a bookmark template. Oh, what are you guys seeing? Okay.
I'm seeing 500.
Okay, good. Yeah. So that's like for if I get to save up 500, and then this is for if I save up $100. And so then I printed like 10 of each, and then I keep them in the back of my little cash stuffing envelope. And that way when I need one, I can just put it in there. So that's what I've printed off a lot of those. Like I said, I've been printing off like other things and I'm using it for D&D. I've been printing off, I'm thinking and this won't be relevant the next time you play for the Blank Page Tavern because I'll be in Dallas, but I'm thinking the next time I'm in Colorado and we're playing, I'm going to have my overhead view of a map, and I'm going to print off little miniatures of your characters and stuff once Gigi gets the character portraits to me. So that way we can, girl, you know it. I have a D&D fund. I do. So that, and I'll tell you exactly how much that got this month. Dungeons and Dragons in my stuffing tracker. Got 10 whole dollaroonies.
10 whole dollaroonies?
Man.
That'll give you half of a free PDF.
Sorry?
That will get you half of a free PDF.
Yeah. Gay says, "Well, before you go, I want you to know she accidentally ruined his surprise breakfast for her as an apology." Oh, and he like storms out to talk to his goats about it. Oh, Heidi. Also back to a question I asked earlier. Should that be put on the calendar?
The D&D sessions
What?
for Blank Page Tavern?
Oh, the problem is that I don't know for when they're happening for sure. You know, they're not. The Blank Page Tavern is just a group of girlies getting together to play D&D. It is not.
She's a vibe.
It is not a professional production. First of all, celebrate Anna checking the biggest item off of her to-do list. So exciting.
Ellie, a sex tape.
Oh, hell yeah!
What?
Was that you, Katie?
It was not me.
I thought you were doing that in reference to Steve's dirty comment.
I mean, that too.
Made me laugh.
That too.
Edited and posted my latest fanfic chapter. That's but the whole wow, you could tell in Brendan. The whole thing is so close to 50K. Fun fact that people are still reading. The fact that people are still reading this far and is crazy to me and leaving long positive comments. OMG.
I'm so happy for you, lady.
Everybody's been listening to Cowboy Carter. People are saying it's good. That's what I'm hearing. Min is practicing writing queries. Sayla finished my first listen to the full Cowboy Carter album, working on my author bio. Mullen wrote 866 words in that second to last chapter. Ooh, second to last chapter and last Morgan POV chapter for Space Princess. Oh my gosh, Mullen.
Are so close.
Mullen, it's happening.
You're so close to your Jot approves.
I know.
So close, yet so far away.
Yeah. Hi, once again joining as soon as it's over. Wait, Minook is here. Oh my god.
They're in the same room together.
Oh my god. They are not the same person. Okay, didn't we settle on a date for next one? I feel like we did. But did we? I know we did, but did we? Hold on. I think we settled for April 14th. That's the next one. So I really got to start prepping for that. I mean, D&D is so far from my brain right now with editing, but I have to submit these edits, and then I'm driving to Dallas for the eclipse, and also I'm going to be in Dallas for basically all of April because my sister is getting married at the end of the month. Woo! And so once I'm back in Dallas, that's when I will prep for the next session because all right.
Love to see it.
I've still got 7 minutes.
Sounds like a chore, Wallace.
I mean, no, it's not. I think I crave.
You can just leave if you want to. It's fine.
I crave sunshine. I crave fresh air. Devacia's saying put April 14th on the calendar, Katie. Devacia's out here being the momager for the Blank Page Tavern.
I love it. I love to see it, except for the fact that I have to do something.
Sorry.
You love doing stuff.
Manook, we were convinced that you and Min were the same person. Just FYI. But it turns out you're not.
Unless they're on just 2 accounts.
Exactly, unless it's the same person switching back and forth between accounts. Correct.
That's what I would do if I was Manook/Min.
Mullen, what I want to know is, what is your timeline at this point? Like, you're on the second to last chapter. Do you think when do you think you're going to have this done? This is amazing. Dare we say by the next Trouble stream? Will you get your Jot approved on the next Trouble stream?
Well, she said she wanted to finish at the end of the month, so I'm guessing before the next Trouble stream.
Take us outside.
Okay.
I would.
Hold on.
but I won't.
We might need to change our D&D session because on the 14th is also the Lazy Gang stream, which is at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Girl, when do you want to do it then? Because literally every other day, your girly, like I said, my sister's getting married. It's either on the 14th.
Skip the wedding, obviously, is the answer.
Either it's on the 14th or we don't play until May. So I
You
think the
choose.
Lazy Gang will understand. I am sorry to the Lazy Gang.
Or Lazy Gang movie day.
Oh, what? Guys, it doesn't have to be that
What?
serious. They
I mean,
can
the Lazy Gang
chat,
stream for a couple of
and
hours.
then when
Can you
they're
just stream
sprinting,
outside
chat,
in
and
time?
then when they're sprinting, they can come watch us play. It'll be fine. That's the point. Is they can rewatch the stream. We can rewatch the Lazy Gang stream. It's gonna
no.
be okay.
Could you just
No,
stream
it's
at two
not.
different points?
It's
Okay,
overlapped
I'm sorry,
because
guys.
we do it 9 a.m. Eastern time.
I
9
thought
a.m.
it was like a
Yeah.
fluid thing.
I'm sorry. It's gonna. There is literally no other day.
See, Anna say they can change the Lazy Gang stream. There you go. Problem solved.
Oh my goodness.
Malin is our Googler. We cannot.
I think we'd be okay. I think
No,
we'd be
we
okay.
wouldn't. We would not be okay, Wallace. We would not be okay.
Okay. Well,
Okay, it's changed. Is it officially changed to the 13th?
I like to just out here forcing people to change stream dates.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
not forcing anything. Except
I
not
am
Katie.
forcing because I want. Yeah, of course I am. Duh. I humbly asked if we could change the date. Wallace said no, and then I asked the Lazy Gang, "Could you change your date?" And they said that the 13th is fine.
Thank you, Devesha, for your faith in me. Not that I don't appreciate Mullen's ability to be my behind the scenes DM, but I could also just do all the Mullen work myself. But I do appreciate Mullen's presence because it does make my life easier. I
also
know,
want to be
that's what
there.
I'm saying. That's why I'm holding fast to this. I'm like, once we've decided on a date, that's the date. And if someone doesn't want to show up, I have it built into the game that people can pop in, pop out. It's part of the game mechanic. I don't want to be one of those D&D groups where we're like, oh, wait, actually, can we? No. That's my only not casual thing about it, is that once we decide on a date, unless I can't make it.
In which case, everything's up in the air.
Exactly.
But that's like the privilege of being a DM.
Exactly. I love being indispensable, Mullen says. It makes me feel important, unlike my real job. I'm sorry you don't feel important in your real job.
You're very important to me. You're both very important to me. Yes. And
I
thank
feel
you for rescheduling.
Thank you, guys. I also feel like Lazy Gang has some big, exciting stuff happening, because aren't all of you guys trying to finish by the end of the month to then do a little swap-a-rooney? Let me know. All right. I do think this is where I'm going to bow out. Stieg,
Is it farewell?
yeah, this is farewell for me, because I just need to decompress a bit, I think.
You're going out and photosynthesize?
Yeah,
Photosynthesize?
I started today with such high hopes for this going fast, and I have now realized that your girl is going to be entrenched for the next 5 days, like entrenched. I will consider it a miracle if I actually manage to fix the first 70 pages in the next 5 days. It will be a miracle. And
I think you can do it.
thank you.
Well, if
Wait.
there ever was a time for miracle, Easter.
Great point. Thank you, Stieg. And with that religious, what's the word where you take somebody's culture and you make it your own?
Appropriation. I don't think you can appropriate Christianity, though. I don't know.
Oh my God, Devesha. You know what? Rude.
She's
But
right.
also, this has happened before.
Yeah.
Like, actually,
That's why I think
can't
it's
get to
real
public
funny
stream.
where you're
I'm gonna
like,
be on a cruise.
All right.
Sorry, I'm
Bye,
going to the
everybody.
moon.
Wallace would be one of the first people on the moon, for sure.
No, my feet firmly planted on the ground. He would not
I'm the
Also-
same. Like, I'm not leaving this stratosphere.
People have
if
already
you paid
been on
me.
the moon.
That's true. That's a good point. Is this where we
I
realize
mean,
Stieg is a moon
I mean, of
dweller?
us.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's already been people on the moon.
All right, bye,
I'm not sure
friends.
about this. The flag, Katie. The flag. Bye, Wallace.
Bye.
Okay, so I guess we are going to let's get down to business to defeat the procrastination.
Yep.
What are you working on this upcoming 45 minutes.
But I think I'm gonna pop out because my ass hurts from sitting here and I'm starving. And my brain, she is mush in my head. I did what I wanted to do today, so I can't hear you. You're gone. You're completely. Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Hello. There you are.
Okay.
Hi.
In that case, we shall not be doing 45 minutes. We shall be doing 30 minutes because if I'm online, then I can do whatever I want. This is my
That's
show
true.
and not yours. Okay, we're just gonna dive into
Fun.
another. Oh no, not the new mic. I think it's just me issue, not a mic issue.
It happens to the best of us.
And the worst of us.
Kit, don't tempt me with a meme. Do not tempt me with a meme.
Wallace has strictly forbidden it. It is forbidden.
Know that I want to make one so bad.
It is forbidden, Catherine.
I want to make one so bad, but I won't. But she's not here.
I mean,
I won't.
still, we should respect her wishes even if she's not here. That would be the polite thing to do, the friendly thing to do.
Fine. Just know I'm thinking about it. Just imagine the fire meme I could have made.
I mean, I'm sure it would have been fire, but just like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Catherine.
Wallace!
Or am I? Yeah. We're going to dive into another 30-minute sprint, or another. We're going to dive into the first 30-minute sprint of the night. I got 2 more chapters to get through, so however long it takes me to get through these chapters, I will be here. Yes, that is verboten. Thank you, see. I am a champion of the light and of Wallace.
Yep. And
Yeah,
I am the devil.
Your Holy Spirit. Didn't like that. I'm just going to roll tape before I say anything else. Let's get out. Let's do this sperm buns.
Your Jod approves.
We did it, people. We did another 30 minutes. Well, not another, we did the first 30-minute sprint. So well done. I got through 2 of my chapters. I got through both chapters that were on the agenda today. Whew, wording is difficult. So I got that done. That's how I did. I finished my quota of the day. I've like sectioned off like 6-7 chapters each day to read of this beta project. And so far, I'm dead on track. Not dead on track. That's a full stop, right? I'm on track. I'm very much on track. The train is pulling in at the allotted time. Let's see. Marlin finished the second to last chapter. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Well done. Mars said, I think the best part of that was the fact that Jamie Campbell Bower was currently on screen in the video I'm watching, and we know how John feels about him. We sure do. Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. Is it Anne's book? I can neither confirm nor deny the statement. So it's a book by someone. Mars says, I continued watching the same video. What video is this? Also, hello, hello, Luna. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Came in late, but got a few hundred words revised. Well done. Let's see. There were no more comments. Well, since I'm done with the day, I got what I needed from this. So I guess we're not keeping this going until April 1st, even though that would be... Whew. Grape Price says, I watched Anna's new video. See, she inspires me. Ugh, I am too inspired by Anna. I'm just so excited for her project to see the world. It's just an amazing project from an amazing girly. Mars says the video is Carrie Can Read's 3-hour recap of books 4 and 5 of the Mortal Instruments. That would have been a fantastic April Fool, yeah. Yes, gonna watch that next. You should do one more sprint to keep true to the description. What is the description? I guess I can just do one more 30-minute sprint if people are wanting. Or let's do like a 20-minute cooldown sprint maybe, so we can end at the top of the hour. And maybe we could just all go and watch Anna's video. It is 29 minutes long. So you get started. If nothing else, can I just post this here? Let's just post that on YouTube. But yeah, definitely check out Anna's video about how she went from, you know, flop Tina to Santina. Not a flop Tina. That was harsh. I'm so sorry. You are doing amazing, Anna, and I'm so proud of you. You guys. So I think that's what we're going to do for the upcoming 20 minutes. We're going to watch Anna's video. Let's just see if I can find a 25-minute timer. I should do someone we know so we don't get like copyright stricken and deleted off the internet, even though at this point I'm sure we are warranted. Let's see. Phoebe writes fiction. Let's do one of her. That's Phoebe Buffet from Friends. This is not helpful at all. Let's go through our list then. There you go. Phoebe writes fiction. A little 25-minute doggy timer to get us started on Anna's video if you want to watch it. And we're gonna, let's see. Anna says, no, I do be flopping. Also, that shirt you thrifted in Georgia coded. Love that. Luke said it was preschool core. Let's just dive into our last 25-minute sprint. We're going to end at the top of the hour, get some work done, or watch Anna's video, which is also honest work. I just love that little bop at the end of that, of actually all our timers. Just giving, appropriate banjo on the porch vibes, which is a good vibe that fits my story. So, I'm obsessed. I just wanted to touch on this. Anna says Lynn would have every right to ask me which one it was, so she knows which one not to buy. And I'm just, the ones who know it. I'm just good at Anna that she would use this against me in these trying times. I got through another chapter, so I actually got a bonus chapter done today. That was really, really nice. Also had Anna's video play in the background, listening to a little podcast moment. Thank you so much for sharing your journey, Anna. I always appreciate your videos. They are always very thoughtful and nice, and I like them. You mentioned in them that you feel pressure on your project, and if I ever contributed to that pressure, I'm sorry. I know I keep tooting about Project GGG all the time, but I shall stop so you can finally get a breather on that. It is a nice little song at the end. I agree, Mars. I agree. Whoa, a bonus chapter. Nice. Yes, one less chapter I have to read tomorrow or any other day, which is nice. Marlene said, I finished eating dinner and watched half of Anna's video. Aww. Anna says, thank you, friends. No, you're nothing but supportive and it's so kind. Okay, don't say this if you don't mean it. But yeah, I will try to tone down my vocalization about Project GGG so you can just, work in peace. And the clock has struck midnight. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin, so we are gonna skedaddle out of here. Thank you so much for being here for all of these 7 hours workday. I don't know when Wallace will be back. Who says there's another work rogue time incoming? Who knows? I don't surely know. But yeah, bye. And thank you for being here. Thank you for all your amazing comments, and thank you for sticking up with me for the last 2 hours. I know how trying that can be. I have to stick out with me 24/7, so think about that. Let's see. Can we find something to go out with? Maybe intros and outros. Spring outro 2024. Yeah, why not? Why not? Thank you for keeping me company for my whole workday. You're welcome, Anna. Go and have a wonderful evening. And with that, we're going to say good night.
I don't know where to go to call it out to ground control. Dark alley, complete unknown. Spaceman's out here on his own again.